Welcome back to more Xenogears. We made it to Nisan last time, and last time was also my longest stream ever. It won't be the longest stream ever today, but I'm pretty sure that we will make it to Kislev at least. And there will be a lot of exciting things going on the way there. We already spoke to all the NPCs last time, so we're running straight for the cathedral. And as you might notice, I try to make the game pixel perfect. I'm not sure if I succeeded or not, but of course that the scaling is only correct if you watch the stream in full screen on a 2080p resolution screen, so I suspect that I'm the only one that cares about that. I might just go back to stretching the picture again next time to make it bigger. And I also, at the same time, I also solved the issue on my end, so today I can actually see the game. Last time my screen was a bit tiny. Today your screen is a bit smaller, but we'll see. I can switch it back to stretched mode next time, if that's better for the stream. But sadly I can still hear that the sound is not perfect. Margie. I love how they stop singing once we arrive. It was the nuns who were singing. It wasn't just the background music. That's always a nice touch. We're so glad you're safe. All thanks to Bart and his men of the sand. It was a hymn of praise and joy. Sister Agnes. Yeah, I think the correctly, to me at least, the correctly scaled stream looks much better. But of course that leaves a pretty big black bar around the entire game. But I always prefer the correct pixels. It looks so sharp and clean. Let us finish singing our hymn. Thanks to the Was it the 20th? Yes, I think it was the 20th anniversary concert that introduced the lyrics. There are some official English lyrics to this song. Since a few years back. It seems to be that seems to be Mitsuda's thing these days. He really likes to add lyrics to everything. He did it for some of the Chrono Trigger songs as well. I'm a bit torn on that. I probably prefer it without lyrics. Hello, Empress. It's a nice day for more stream. And you did, in the end, you didn't miss that much. You missed some parts, but you didn't miss that much last time because thanks to some more technical issues, we lost an hour of progress. So I had to replay an hour. But yes, last time after you left, we went to that capital town and we rescued this character, the Bart character's cousin, and returned her to this town. And we're just entering the Holy Cathedral. And I keep calling her the Holy Mother. Oh, so you had a night shift. We can't speak to them while they are singing the hymn. We're going to get some pretty cool shots and angles of this cathedral once we get to the second floor. For now we can't really see the cool altar. It's up here. But we will get a nice shot of it soon. We just need to explore some side areas first. There's the door. I guess there wasn't any doors on the first floor. Then we go up. This is the girl that we rescued last time. There she is. Oh, that sounds like a pain. Ah, here we go. We can finally see the cool shots of the cathedral. In the glorious PS1 3D. You can't win. You can't win the sleep battle. But yes, look at this amazing cathedral. And we will get the best shot right now. There it is. The two one-winged angels. Final Fantasy VII had one one-winged angel, but this game have two one-winged angels, so this game must be at least twice as good. Yeah, I really like this cathedral. It is breathtaking. This team on Square went in a different direction, while all the Final Fantasy games went with pre-rendered backgrounds, and this game went in the opposite direction with 3D environments and 2D characters. And a lot of the IDs for this game started at Final Fantasy VII. If you play this, you can see quite some overlap in IDs with Final Fantasy VII. But Hironobu thought that there was too many dark IDs in this game, so he didn't want to include it in Final Fantasy. That's more or less the story about how they formed this separate team to make this game. Did you notice that the two great angels only have one wing each? I did notice. According to a legend handed down in Nisan, God could have created humans perfectly, but then humans would not have helped each other. So that is what these great single-winged angels symbolizes. This is so pretty, and this will be a big theme of the game too. The imperfect humans who can't live by their own, they have to cooperate. Exactly, double Sephiroths. We are doomed when they throw double Sephiroths at us. In order to fly, they are dependent on one another. I see. On closer inspection, the left angel looks somewhat masculine, while the right one looks somewhat feminine. And this is also an interesting part, and the space between them is the path from where God advents. Or could it be the path leading to God? I prefer my favorite interpretation is also, or maybe God is in the middle, standing in the way of the two humans helping each other. It could be either, or even both. Why, Dr. Seaton Usuki, you are an amusing fellow. Oh, excuse me. It is a habit of mine. The doc knows a lot about a lot of things. Sometimes I can't even understand what he's talking about. Ha, forcing them to fly together. It would be less bothersome if they could fly on their own, don't you think, Faye? Bart, you missed the deeper meaning and beauty of it. Someday, I wish I could be of help to someone like that. Oh, we haven't visited the room of Sophia yet, have we? See you soon! I hope you make it back in time once we get to the room of Sophia. Who is revered as the founding mother of the Nisan nation, and also of the Nisan religion. But there should be one room before we get to the special room. I'm just going to run around and enjoy this a bit more. Here is the library. Ah, she forces us to go to the painting room after all. Oh, hello, JRP Geek. How nice that you made it here live for once. Yes, there was a thanks to some miscalculations. We have more time left before episode 3. Yes, you finally made it. You never know when I stream on some weird time sometimes. But yes, thanks to some miscalculation that shall never be mentioned again, we got some extra time left over before I need to play episode 3, so we are doing Xenogears as well. And we just made it to this very iconic scene with the 2 one-winged angels. They are such a nice symbol for this game. We will see them again much later in the game. Final Fantasy VII only had one winged angel, but this game has 2 of them. And we're just about to go into the special room and look at the Sophia painting. We just need to go up the longest stairs ever. It's almost like the stairs in Mario 64, the eternal stairs. But I hope you are well, and I saw that you beat Ark the Lad 2 finally. Did you replay the entire game just to get to the final boss again? Ah, nice. I think I already mentioned it, but I finally rearranged it so you should be able to see a playlist on my YouTube channel now. Once I beat the game, I made sure to fix a playlist. And I'm assuming you mean halfway through the story. Because half of the videos are optional content. I think we beat the game sometimes around part 11 or something like that. That's the final story part. But then there are 11 more parts of me doing side quests and getting to level 99. We also beat the final boss 20 times. We ended up doing it 20 times to finish that one side quest. There it is. What an exquisite portrait. And good morning, DJ Davis. You made it. You made it just in time for the Sophia portrait at least. You missed the one-winged angels, but we still have the portrait. 60 hours for Arc the Ladder 2. Then you beat it faster than me at least. I think I passed. I was either 90 or 100 hours. But I also did every side quest in Arc the Ladder 2. Yeah. I assumed you would only watch the main story. And I think you are doing exactly. If you do all the side quests, you end up at 100 hours. And the third game is just as long, if not even longer. I think the third game also took me 100 hours. And I also did everything in the third game, so... The third game is better in some ways, and the second game is better in others. The second game has a bit more of a serious tone in the story. But I ranked them more or less the same. Some things are better in 2, some are better in 3. But I really enjoyed both of them, and I am happy I saved them for last on my PS1 journey. What? Hair color? What do you mean? What do I mean? Look! It's the girl I met in the forest. It's Ellie. I mean, there's something about her that's just like Ellie. Can we finally see the picture, please? Yes, now that you mention it, she does resemble Ellie. But that is not what I was talking about. I meant that the brush techniques and overall style used in this picture is similar to yours. It is such a minor detail, but I like that Margie jumped up onto that ledge in the corner instead of just standing around on the floor. She actually jumped up in the corner. And there it is, the Sophia portrait. How glorious. I still haven't added it. To my collection on the site, and I have only showed it to one person so far, but I do of course own this portrait. They released it a few years ago during the 20th anniversary, so I do have the portrait, and it is a prized possession. One of the coolest items in my collection for sure. I just need to find a way to display it with the respect it deserves. Yes, one day I will show it up for everyone to see. And welcome back. I think we're going to get another chance to zoom in on the portrait. I have already sacrificed almost all my windows. I don't have many windows left to sacrifice. But yes, I do have an idea for displaying this one someday. And of course, it is also signed by the artist. It should be hand signed and numbered. If you manage to get the first few copies of it, the first were numbered. Yeah. Everyone in the chat right now have already seen my collection, so no, it's not any news. If you look closely, you will notice that the painting is not completely finished. And we will learn the truth about this painting much later. But they don't spend all this time talking about a painting and building this one room for nothing. All of this will of course become very relevant much later. Let's see, I'm pretty sure we can zoom in on it if we there we go. If we stand in the correct spot, we can see it again. At least the face. Exactly, I need an art gallery. I have so many posters that I want to display, but it is impossible. Oh, and that might be... I already spoke about it with DJ Davis, but I might stream the very first Kingsfield someday in the future. I still have to play the very first Kingsfield. So that might be fun to stream and see the pain and see the how far they have come from Kingsfield to Elden Ring and all the modern games that people are streaming. So that is one option for things I might stream, the fan translated version of the first Kingsfield. That could be fun. Or painful, we'll see which. Lacan. Back down the stairs we go. Yeah, I think it is. It should be fully translated now. I'm pretty sure there is a complete translation. There we go. One final look at the statues for now. The Kingsfield games are very primitive compared to the newer Souls games, but they are quite fun to return to and see where it all began and how much they have evolved. No, I haven't played that either. That pilot style side game, or what you should call it. And I'm currently, when it comes to PS1, aside from Xenogears of course, I'm currently playing a game called Gundam. Such a weird title. And the subtitle is Martian Memory or something like that. And I think it is also part of the Alita, what is it called? Alita Angel or something like that. I think there is a manga or an anime called Alita Angel, and it is based on that. It is an RPG, kinda. It's a weird mix of genres. The battles feels more like a fighting game, but you do get some money that you can upgrade your stats with. So yeah, Battle Angel Alita, that should be the franchise. So that's what I'm playing outside of stream right now, Battle Angel Alita, but the game itself is called Gundam. I have no idea. I get the feeling that it follows the manga, because there is a lot of time skips in the game. I just had a time skip that skipped 10 years ahead, and I had another time skip earlier. So I suspect that it follows the manga or the anime, whichever it is. The lady portrayed in that picture is Nisan's great founding mother. Some say that it was painted at least 500 years ago. Now that is quite amazing. The portrait is the only thing left. I'm surprised I didn't know that Alita was so well known that more than one person has ever heard of it. Yes, exactly. Gundam Martian Memory. It's not the easiest word. She sacrificed herself for the people and has been summoned to be with God. That's all I can tell you. So everything was lost in the darkness of history. The first great mother of Nisan. Maybe I should have streamed that game then, since people actually know about it. then we could have compared how the game is compared to the anime and the movie. But yes, a lot of the untranslated PS1 RPGs are based on some anime or some manga. Those are usually the games that we don't get in English. Oh, there's some new people downstairs. Let's go down and talk to those. Yeah, exactly. There are so many Gundam games, it's crazy. And Super Robot games in general. I still need to double check which ones I will be playing. Some of them are fan translated, but some are also pure tactics. That's it for the cathedral. Let's go back to town. I was mentioning it last time, but we saw this style of world map, or I should say town map, in Xenosaga as well, where I guess you could even call them inspired by Persona or something, or the old Shin Megami Tensei games. They also use this style of, more or less this style of town maps, where you run around and enter points on the map. It's hard to see them, but there are green points where you can enter. But I really like that they reused that for Xenosaga as an homage to this game. Yeah, it is insane. I believe it is. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if there are two or 3 or 400 different Super Robot games across all the consoles. It is just a crazy amount of them. So you will do some Stellar Blade before you get the courage to fight the owl again. The Sekiro owl. That is also very valid. We'll see how long it takes, but I was hoping we could get to that one scene at least. It would be a shame to miss the one scene. But it is hard to say exactly how long it will take to get there. Maybe an hour, we'll see. Uh-oh, they are starting to suspect our Citan. Nice. Me and Citan here. We used to live in Solaris. Solaris? You mean where Gebler's from? That's right. Basically, it's slavery. I don't remember the specific age of Sigurd. Or, yeah. No. We have to do all the options anyway, so... It is as if Solaris is in another location, like up in the clouds or something. Yes, well... Etrenank, the capital of the Solaris Empire, is located in the skies above. Separated from the land by dimensional distortion fields known as gates. Sometimes people are brainwashed. It is not a complete secret, but I guess I am a Solarian. Who is that man? And once again, everyone has so many names in this. We got Citan, who was also called Hugh or Huga or Doc or Citan or just Doc. And now we got Kar or Karan Ramses or later also Ramses. The Gebler commander, Ramses. We call him Kar. And finally, why did you leave? I like these dramatics shots of the town. Is there a kid hiding behind the back of that man? That man on the bench. It looks like a kid behind him. Human guinea pigs. Experimenting on humans? Yes, for example. Drive. Uh-oh, Ellie was using the drugs. Ask again. No, I understand. Nisan. Yes, it was quite a tale and quite some revelations. Oh, we get this song. I don't think the NPCs have anything new to say. Yes, bad people are coming to get you. But the NPCs actually do have new conversations. Don't miss the greater happiness by being misled by minor sufferings. Do your best. Is there a kid behind him? No, it was just... I thought there was a kid behind him, but it was just his blue vest looked like some hair. And his tail looked like a face. That kid is still telling me to get out of the way. Is it the same kid? I'm trying to speak to this one. They all say it. And for some NPCs you get locked in place. Right now I can't move away. But for most of the NPCs you can move away as you talk to them. It was just so sudden. Quite logical, really. to the city hall. This should be it. Of course, we can't have a meeting without one table. What did you take? A toy boat. He was always meant to be a man of the sea. Let's find a weak spot and attack it with all our might. Time for some strategic planning. The battleship Kefainsel. His name is Vanderkaum. Who apparently also was in Jugend. Yeah! Alright, how is it going? How is it going in Crossbell for you? With the replay. Dudley-son. And DJ Davis has just made it to Orasion and the deadly games that are going on in there. So it is pretty exciting. Exciting news in Simuria. Simuria. Ah, nice. Did you beat all the Pixel games or just the first one? I played. It must have been. Was it last year or was it already 2 years ago? I beat all 6 of the Pixel games. It was nice to finally replay, especially Final Fantasy 3 was nice to replay. I only played it once before. So that was a nice replay. Nice. If you are using any of the modern functions, you can get through those games pretty quickly. If you're using extra experience or turbo or something like that. Faye is finally going to help. Yes, let me do it. When do we leave? Suddenly. Are you sure? We're friends to the end now. Faye sure changed his tune after after the last few events. Just a few hours ago, he refused to do anything at all. That is a nice combination. There were some bosses at the end of FF3 that gave me some trouble. Maybe I didn't have the ninjas and the sages. Double ninja and double sages. Yes, I rarely use it myself, but I do like the trove option in those older Final Fantasies. The trove option is pretty nice. Let's throw some Excalibur and some legendary weapons at the enemies. It is such an odd thing to have, the option to throw away your best weapons. And I also like the throw money options in... I think it is in some Final Fantasies, but I used it a lot in Octopath Traveler, the throw money option. Shut up, stupid, don't bug me. Yeah, what an attitude to have right before we're going right into the battlefield. Shut up, stupid, yeah. I don't think we need to do any more preparations. Maybe I should do a normal save just in case. We don't want a repeat of the technical issues from yesterday or last time. There is a new wind blowing today. A new wind without music. I'm so glad you liked it. Please take it. It was a special herb tea. We already got one of those. Yeah, these guys didn't have anything new to say. And of course I had to spoke with the one guy we couldn't skip. And he didn't have anything new to say. Or her, maybe. Him, her. There's the save. Vroom, vroom, vroom. I really like that save sound. Yeah, the NPCs are not saying anything new. Not yet, we need to speak to all our friends. Now we are ready. Let's begin the operation. Raise some hell in Beltal. Maybe, your majesty. Cut it out, Archfine. Great mother of Nisan. Hey, you know I hate that title. Yes, let's look forward to some cousin weddings. Marriage is the best friendship. I like that animation that the soldier did when he said he was pumped. He did a pumping animation. I'm pumped. Matreya says, leave it was, young master. We'll drag Wondercom's tail around and around. Right, son? Don't call me son, cause you sure ain't my pops. Another classic line. Don't call me son, you sure ain't my pops. It was a bit unnecessary bringing out that dramatic, tragic song for this scene. Oh, I see. Maybe there is some mention of Xenogears in there then. But I did watch that one you sent me about the Souls translator. It was quite an interesting interview. The same guy translating everything from Demon Souls all the way to Elden Ring. And they only hired one more guy for the actual translation. Yeah. On even today there are only 2 actual translators, but then there are also some editors and such, but only 2 actual translators. And they also had a close enough relation with the Japanese team that some of the things in the English script got edited into the Japanese script as well, so they even had some power over the actual dialogue. So that was fun to see. And just for a little bit we get to play as Citan. Woohoo! Oh my good Dr. Usuki. How may I be of service? I don't think he has anything that we need. Yeah, it's the same. It's the same old things. I just wanted to take a lap around the room because I like this room so much. Let's see if Shushu is in the room or if Shushu stayed with Margie. Shushu is with us. It's Shunoisi. Is it some kind of festival? Still nothing new from that guy. I won't even bother to check the equipment. Nice. I shouldn't have seen that before, so it should be news to me. I will take a look later. No thanks. And as always, we need to talk to Franz and hear some of his hot sounds. Yes, play some hot sounds. Sure, number 71. Number 21. 62. 17. 99. Big explosion. Even bigger explosion. Number 25. That's enough sound for now. Yes, I know your name. It's Bingo. Who was I supposed to talk to then? I guess we are going to the hangar after all. Or I can go up. We are still parked. Yeah, that was the next story trigger. Why such a glum face? I like how the They said tomorrow is the first time returning to the castle in 12 years. No, I was there just the other day. I ran around the entire castle. Just the other day when we rescued Margie. He is getting cold king feet. That is that, and this is this. You are a great man, Sigurd. And this should be the cool transition when we zoom up on the moon. We zoom into the moon and then we zoom out of the moon to see what the... Yeah, this is one of the best scenes. I really like that transition over to the capital and that one master bedroom we went into, where we can see Ramsus having a bad dream. It's the same one he had before. We already saw this once. The guy who can fight mechs on foot. But this part is new. We didn't get to see this part last time. But he did somehow survive at least. Peeping is not very becoming, you know. Yes, I do remember. I have mentioned it before somewhere, maybe. But the first PS1, the first PS1 game I bought, and the reason why I even bought the console was to get Chrono Cross. Since Chrono Trigger was my favorite game, I really wanted to play Chrono Cross as well. So that was the reason why I got a PS1 at all, and the reason, and the first game I bought as well. So I was a bit late to get the PS1 by the time I got to Chrono Cross. PS2 was almost already getting released, so I was a bit late to PS1. But Chrono Cross was the reason and first game. And for PS2, the reason I got a PS2 was to get Suikoden free. So Suikoden 3 wasn't the first game I bought, because the first game I bought was Prince of Persia: Sands of Time, because it was included with the console. It was I got a bundle with Sands of Time, so that is technically the first game I got. But the first game I wanted to get was Suikoden 3. And of course I had to modify the console so I could play the US games like Suikoden 3. Metal Gear. I don't know what you are up to, but don't you dare think about plotting against me. You stay out of this. As usual, you are the first to hear about everything. But don't worry, I won't steal your prized possession. I'll cooperate. Besides, you and I go back a long way. I like that scene so much. It's so cool. Everything about that scene, from the start when they transition from one point of view of the moon to another point of view of the moon, to Ramses' dream and to Ramses leaving and to all the animation of him just walking out of the bed and going away. Everything about the scene is just great. And of course, that mysterious... I do think we already have the name. I got unsure, but that one man just teleporting into the room from nowhere. And we get to enjoy the portrait of France again. I know you mentioned robot warlords at least. But sounds like you got the PS2 pretty early then, if those were the games. All of those should be pretty early games, I believe. Actually, Robot Warlords was one of the very last games I got for the PS2. And now we got to hear this song in a different tempo again. It is one of the best soundtracks ever, but the soundtrack is only 2 discs, so they are a bit short on songs. Some of the songs will be reused a lot. So it is nice that they could at least get some more out of it by changing the tempo. It gives a completely different feeling when they play it in this tempo. Oh, nice. That was a great thing to buy. Remember your rank. I find it funny that he tells Rank to remember his rank. Rank, remember your rank. Yeah, they even do the pun. We don't care much for rank, and we don't care much for rank either. So they did. I didn't need to make my own pun. They did it themselves. Nice, and I bought my PS2 at Ica Maxi, so I get somehow food stores were the biggest console sellers back then. Grocery stores, that's where you get your PS2. And we finally get to see Elif's mech. The hard to pronounce mech. It's a new model gear called Birch. And that's for officers' use only. Head for the mountain's peak. There's no time to waste. Deploy. And I like this, that the NPC instant combat. I like that the NPC mechs split up and actually start exploring. I believe these enemies have 500 HP. But yes, I do like this part where you get to scale the mountain in the mech. And the NPCs are following. Sometimes the NPCs are faster at exploring than me. They make it to the top. And it looks like we should have refueled before going here. I just assumed that we would have full fuel by now. That's not good. There should, I hope there is a refuel robot at the top. I'm pretty sure there is. Otherwise, it will be a bit tricky once we get to the boss. We do need fuel for the boss. Oh, I saw a treasure up there. They died from that. That very weak hit. Oh yeah. And then later in the PS3 era, I bought a used PS3, a used Japanese PS3. I bought it together with the Japanese demo of Final Fantasy 13. Back then, everyone was still very excited to try Final Fantasy 13, and that demo was very what is it called? Sought after. Everyone wanted to play that demo. There was even a forum that sent the demo around. Once you play the demo, you sent it to the next person on the list, so everyone could try the demo. That was a pretty fun time. But I was cool enough to have my own demo and a Japanese PS3. I'm not sure what the first game was aside from that Final Fantasy 13 demo. But I have the documentation probably. I can probably find it out which one was first. And PS4 was a Christmas gift from my brother. One of the most generous gifts I have ever gotten. I got a full PS4 for Christmas. I couldn't believe my eyes. There are some treasures in here we can miss. Oh, only 4 weeks away. Nice. You can start counting down the days instead of the weeks soon. But let's see, I haven't gotten that far yet in actually playing the exclusive, so I will have to take a look at my own list before doing any recommendations. But when it comes to actual gameplay, I haven't played that many yet. The obvious ones are, and I think you might already have it since it's pretty easy to get, Tales of Fantasia, of course, is the strongest recommendation to have for the Japanese PS1. And you already mentioned the second strongest recommendation, which is Linda Cube. It is a very interesting game, both to play and to collect, so that one is That one would be number 2. And if you don't have it, I will probably pick up, you might probably already have it since you collected the Final Fantasy, but the first Chocobo Dungeon game is nice to have as well. And that's something I could be streaming, because I think it should be fully translated, and you shouldn't need that much translation in that game. So the first Chocobo Dungeon game is nice to have. And of course, if you manage to find DOD, there is a PS1 version of that SNES game. So what I said about Brave Proof wasn't enough to keep you away. It was not a fun game to play in the end. It was far too slow-paced to be enjoyable, for me at least. There's the robot. But yes, Brave Proof is pretty cool to have in the collection, and it is a pretty game to look at. And of course I have Community Pom and also Veltorb on my list as well. We'll see if they are part of, if my friend has found them. I don't think Brave Proof is super rare or super expensive, at least, so it should be pretty likely to find it, I think. I have seen it on Tradera once or twice at least. But yes, GOD, the God game, is also, there is a version of that on the PS1, so that's also a nice game to get. It is pretty different from the SNES version, I think, since they remade it in 3D. I don't think he is selling better parts, but let's take a look. Yeah, it's the same engine and the same frame, so let's upgrade this. Yeah, I was going to mention the Suikoden guidance, and also for those who care about Tales of, there is similar games for Tales of. They are just mini games or side stories or something like that. They're barely any games even, but there are the volume 1 and volume 2 of the Tales of fandom games. Those are exclusive to the PS1. But I will take a look at my own list later and see if anything else comes to mind that you might be interested in. There was another door, so I'm going to save up here and then jump down and take a look at that side path before we continue to the boss. Yeah, I actually don't own them either, the Suikoden Gaiden games. That's something I should add as well. No worries, I will take a look and update you. And I also need to play. There is that one Suikoden game. I can never remember the full title since it is a Japanese title. Something like Hamaguchi or something along those lines. The PSP exclusive Suikoden game. That is another game that has been fan translated recently on the PSP. It's not part of the Suikoden universe, just like the DS game. It is set in a different universe, so it's not that important for the story. But it is a Suikoden game, so I have to play it. Ah, I see. You used to have them. I'm just taking a look outside to see if we missed any treasure. I don't think you can ever return to this dungeon if you miss anything. But even if there is any missables, there is no important item in this dungeon. I know that for sure, so it's no worries if we do miss anything. Yes, there was a treasure over here. I knew it, and an extra armor +2, which is better than the one we have equipped. So it wasn't pointless to go over here. It's just a small upgrade, but still. Like I said before, I will feel bad if I miss a treasure in my RPGs. It's all about the treasure chests. There we go. There's the full title. I said Hamaguchi something. Close enough. Sumugarashi Hyakunen no Toki. Yeah, that is the one. I plan to play that. Maybe not on stream, but I do plan to play it. In the near future. Which means at least in the coming years. There are so many games to play. I am also pretty excited to see which Super Nintendo RPG will be translated next. Whenever there is a new translation for Super Famicom and the exclusive games, I'm going to play it as soon as it is translated, whichever game it is. I'm gonna try to keep up from now on to always play the latest translation. And then switch between PS1 and PS2 translations in the meantime. Level up! I was going to say, we might have the option. I think we will have the option to return to Nisan and buy the Ether Doubler later. So maybe it is. Maybe we could use these guys to do some money farming. This is a pretty good spot since we can heal infinitely. We have infinite healing, we have a save point, and these enemies drop decent amount of money, so we could do the money farming right here. No, I failed. I double failed, I triple failed, I fell all the way down. But it doesn't matter. Gensu code. Ah, so it has the Gensu. Yeah, of course. I was thinking about the guy. Dun dun. And I am all I'm mildly excited to try the Star Leap Suikoden that is getting released later this year. It's going to be a prequel to the first game, so I suspect there will be a lot of fan service. Being a lot of the old characters like Victor and Fleek again in their younger years. But I'm still going to play it. It is Suikoden. Edelweiss. I have no idea what this enemy is supposed to be. It's an abomination of some kind. It does drop the fangs. I'm not sure how much the fangs sold for. I think they only sold for a bit. I can't trust you. Yeah, it would be nice. I will also like a Suikoden 3 remaster or remake. There are Suikoden 3 is one of my favorite games, but there are some parts of it are very dated indeed. We spoke about those odd changes in another stream, but there was a lot of people who weren't happy with the changes to the combat, especially. Suikoden 4 and 5 returned to the more classic style of the combat. And this doesn't seem to be a good way for farming money either, because we never get the one encounter with the money. I'm gonna go just a little bit, maybe one more level or something. Well, there we go, 1 level. And we also get the eyeball. I think the eyeball actually sold for a bit. So if we could only get this one encounter more often, it will be a good spot for money. 2, 5, 4, 1, 3. Oh no, 4, 3 being the last one. I wasn't a big fan of number 5 when I played it on release, but when I replayed it on New Game Plus, it was a much better experience. I replayed it just a few years ago and had a much better time this time around. Let's heal up and move on to the bosses. We will have a few different boss fights. Yeah, and the important detail with Suikoden 3 is you have to get all of the stars and all of the characters to get to the best part. If you get all the characters in 3, then you unlock another playable character and a lot of extra story. And that extra story adds so much to the experience. So you have the same list, just that 4 is in the middle instead of the bottom. And for me it would be 2, 3, 1, 5, 4. That's the only thing you can always trust with Suikoden. Everyone will have number 2 at the top. But they are all great. I do love Suikoden 4 as well. And of course, Tactics would be at the bottom. It's not a bad game, but I will rank it at the bottom. I prefer the not Tactics. And of course, if you include the DS game is also even lower than the DS game is at the very bottom. So you haven't played Tactics? The Tactics game, the story of the Tactics game is of course linked to the story of 4, so playing the Tactics games adds a bit of context and more story to the 4 characters. It is a pretty hard game, the Tactics game. It is quite tricky. They have something similar to the Disgaea games, where different parts of the arena have different elements, etc. So if you're standing on one color, you are extra weak to fire or something like that. They have a similar system to Disgaea at least. At least you got to finally play Stella Deus. That is a much better game. If you are speaking about Tactics games, that is the preferred game. Let's see the first boss battle. Stelladeus is indeed great. I can't believe both of us waited so long to play it. We should have played it 20 years ago when it released. And I did try it almost when it released 20 years ago, but for some reason I didn't get into the game back then, and there was so many other great games releasing at the time, so... But I am glad that we returned for it. It's never too late to play great games. It's never too late for great games. Ah, we got another... Oh, hello! Welcome back, Epoch Resnova. I know that you followed me last stream. But maybe you didn't have the time to chat that time. We are continuing Xenogears and we are making our way towards Kislev. We have a lot of boss fights right now, and then we'll see some of the most iconic and great scene of the game. I'm just assuming that you have played the game before, since you bothered to look it up on Twitch. Ah, so you're playing for the first time. How far have you gotten in the game? Are you ahead of me or are you behind me? And are you also streaming it, or are you just watching? Exactly. Welcome, new Xenogears fan. It is my favorite game, aside from the Xenosaga games, so... I'm hoping you are also enjoying your time so far. Ah, then you can safely watch some more. It was a very long stream last time. I played 11 hours in the last stream. So I'm about 13 hours into the game right now. I have played the game before, of course, but I'm taking my time and talking to the NPCs as well. And exploring the dungeons, so... If you rush in the story, you might get further in 13 hours. You two okay? Vance, get a hold of yourself. I just need more. I need more drive. Oh, so you have played Xenosaga at least. Nice. Then you will... Some of the concepts and some of the characters even will be a bit familiar to you. If you already played Xenosaga. It's always nice to go back and see the origin of other series. And what IDs they reused. And if you played as a kid, you might also want to replay Xenosaga as an adult. It is probably a pretty different experience. There are so many ideas and concepts in that game that probably go over the head of a kid. I'm also going to stream Xenosaga 3. I already streamed Xenosaga 1 and Xenosaga 2. But I'm going to stream Xenosaga 3 next month at the start of July. I'm going to stream Xenosaga 3 to celebrate the 20th anniversary. Indeed, if you like collecting things, you can also see my collection. And if you see the collection, you will also see that I am quite a Xenosaga fan. I see, so you had to take a break in between. Yeah, and even if you don't take a break, it is a bit confusing going from episode 2 to episode 3, since there is Pied Piper and there is also Missing Year in between. So there is a lot of context hidden in those side stories. I did play Pied Piper on stream as well if you want to watch it someday. And then we also streamed Missing Year, which is mostly just old Flash videos. But they explain what happens between episode 2 and between episode 3. Ellie, is that you? Look at that face on Ellie. She looks so mad or crazy or something. Ah, nice. We know all about the Resonant Arc. I added some comments to those YouTube clips. It was really fun and interesting to follow along their journey through the Xenosaga games. Yeah, exactly. I can't believe that they actually ended up covering both Pied Piper and Missing Year. I was very surprised that they took the extra time to do that. So yeah. It did feel like they rushed some parts of the story, but mostly, especially episode 1, they did an amazing job covering. And they did a great job covering Missing Year and Pied Piper as well. But some of episode 2 and episode 3 were a bit rushed, I think. But in the end, they listened to the critique and did an amazing finale to episode 3 as well, when they had all the guests on. One of their guests especially did an amazing job to truly understand Xenosaga episode 3. Oh yes, and they will cover Chrono Trigger next. Let's see, I might have to pay some attention to the boss fight. We don't have any way of healing yet, so there is a small risk that we die, since we can't heal in any way. Yeah, I guess that not too far-fetched to think about Asuka. She's unleashing the A-roads. Yeah, you have to equip a healing item or a healing accessory. You can't heal. You can't heal as is. You need to find it. And at this time in the story, we can't find any of them yet. So if you have the healing and have seen the Goliath, you are ahead of me for sure. A-roads. Animum Ether Response Offensive Drones. This is the only time in the game they will ever mention what the A-roads actually stands for. Unlike Xenosaga, there is no database in this game. Yeah, once you get the healing, the gear battles become much more easy. I was saying it in the last stream, but my first time playing this game, I never figured out that you can use different attacks than the Repu. I just used the Repu attack over and over. I didn't realize I had higher levels of attacks. So the gear battles was a bit of a struggle my first time playing as well. You see that big attack level that says 0. Want to use an attack, it will go up to 1. Why must we fight? It's divine providence. We are the chosen people, the able. But as you can see, now the attack level is number 1, and then we attack again. And it's going to switch to level 2, and once we have switched to level 2, we can use different attack, like the square button, plus the triangle button to get the Hassan attack. And later in the game you will unlock attack level 3 and also new attacks, so... I just kept using the weakest one, the Repu, over and over when I played the first time. This was the only attack I used over and over. Apparently it is enough to get through the game, but... What a thing to say. Bright, dance, die and rot in the obscurity here. It is not something Ellie would say if he was sane and not on drugs. Oh, nice. You get some extra vacation thanks to being a teacher. The best part about the teacher work. But I asked earlier, do you also stream the game, or are you just playing by yourself offline? If you are playing online, I have to follow you, of course. And yes, the summer should hopefully be enough to beat the game. You followed either way. Oh, you do stream it, then I will make sure to follow you as well. So you say you're streaming on Thursday and Fridays. Nice. I will do my best to watch you live then. I don't have any streaming schedule, sadly. I stream whenever I can. I'm going to stream for about 2 more hours today, and then we'll see. Then we'll see if I can come back later today, or if I come back maybe Monday. We'll see. Farewell, Faye. Nice, nice. There we go. I think I am followed now. Wake up and snap out of it. Ah, so you're streaming more days than just Thursday and Friday. You're streaming other things the other days, maybe. In my channel, we're probably always going to focus on one game at a time. That's how I do it offline, at least. I always focus on one game at a time. And yes, feel free to follow DJ Davis as well. He is also a big Xenosaga and Xenogears fan, and streaming a lot of other RPGs. That sounds really lovely. Playing together with your daughter. Kingdom Hearts 3. Does that mean you have played 1 and 2 before? It's a manual shoutout. Manual shoutout to DJ Davis. I see. Yeah. I played the Kingdom Hearts games on PS2, and then I also replayed them when they released the remaster, so I have played 1 and 2 times each. And the third game I have only played once, when that released. And we get to hear this pretty song. That sounds lovely. Yeah. The sad or melancholic themes are always the best. But this song does a great job of mixing sad with hopeful. It goes from sad to having this kinda hopeful strings. I think this one song captures Xenogears very well. There is constant strategy going on, but there is still hope. And without spoilers, you are going to hear a lot more of this song later in the game. You're the same as me. The same? Probably. They did call each other for cowards earlier in the game. It is such a great scene. Yeah, the music box is also one of the best. I had that music box song on repeat on an entire day. When it must have been for the, I think it was the 25th anniversary. It must have been the 25th anniversary day for this game. Then I had a music box song on repeat all day long. And I also, as we mentioned before, I do collect Xenogears and Xenosaga. I do have a physical version of the music box. Sadly, it doesn't play the entire song. It is a very small music box, so it only plays part of the song. But I do have a physical copy at least of the music box. Yes, it was nice. It was nice seeing you live this time. Feel free to hop in again. Like I said, it's hard to know when I'm live or not, but yeah. And good luck watching the rest of Xenosaga 2 later. It is quite an epic ending to that game as well. But yes, see you later. I will send you a list if I find any more interesting recommendations for PS1 to keep on lookout in Japan. It was quite a nice stream. A lot of new and old faces joining the chat. And that's the most fun part about streaming, that you never know who will pop in. And you never know what games they want to talk about. Good thing that we get to refill our fuel again. I'm almost out of fuel. We will have some more boss battles in a while. So Good thing we get a chance to refill. Anything you like? Yes, I want some gear parts. There we go. And we're going to do a manual save. Blop, 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 blop. Am I supposed to just go out again the same way? Or do I need to... I can't go out the same way. I need to find another way forward. But yes, JRPG is an old friend. Alright, the small screen is showing some random pictures from other games that I have beaten. I haven't beaten those games on stream, all those games are played off stream, but they are from past games that I have beaten. So if you see a picture in the corner, then it means that I have beaten that game. Some of the games are easier than others to tell which game it is. Some pictures are pretty bad quality. But I thought that would be a fun thing to have in the corner. In case I'm grinding for levels or something like that. We did level 99 in Xenosaga 1 and level 99 in Xenosaga 2, so it's just something to distract the viewers when I'm doing boring things. And I thought they might also be conversation starters if you see a game that you like in the pictures. So that's what those pictures are. I think there are 500. Exactly. I have beaten a lot of games, but I think the random pictures have 500 different games. And it should take a few hours before they start looping around again. Oops. It says my stream crashed, but I think it's only locally. Yeah, it was only locally. The stream is still working as it should. I hope. Yeah, it's moving. Good. Good to know. It was just my browser who crashed. I was planning to play this on original hardware, but I had some technical issues, so right now we are just... Isn't this the way? Yeah, it is. So right now we are sadly emulating the game. I wanted to play the original hardware. We did play the original hardware for episode 1 and episode 2. Is something bad going to happen to him? His favorite mug got destroyed. It must be an omen. This means that we actually we swam all the way back through the waterways. all of these guys swam all the way. Or is it swimmed? Swam didn't sound like a word, so I guess we swimmed. Ooh, then I have to know which game it is, of course. Is it an RPG or something else? Having the record for any game is impressive, even if some games are easier than others. There are some games very few people run. Yeah, Robot Alchemic Drive. That sounds like a game with not that much competition. Yes, see you later or next time. I will be streaming about 2 more hours until it is time for me to eat. So see you later or next time. I don't have any speedrun records for any game myself, but there is a lot of games that I can play pretty fast. I am pretty good at a few games. Yeah. So, like I said, some games have a bit less competition than others. Trying to speed something like the Souls games or Super Metroid or a Zelda game, then you will have some trouble. But it is really fun to do speedruns. Even if you're not aiming for the top, it is still very fun to do. So in the future you can expect to see some, if not speedruns, at least some fast runs from me. Yeah, I can see Chrono Trigger also being very competitive and also very well optimized by now. That's another option to try, and whenever a new game releases that you like, that's also fun to see how the speedruns evolve during a few weeks. That's always fun to see. I watch a lot of speedrunning when Silk Song released. That was very fun to see how they switched their routes and found new tricks, and yeah. So that's another option, to jump onto the speedrunning early when a game releases. It's so fun to see the world record being broken every day. Today I have the world record, tomorrow someone else have the world record. And then there are usually a few people competing back and forth with the world record for a few days or weeks. It's always a fun process. Just get the job done. Damn Chakan, when I get a hold of him, I'll swing him around by his hair. After I've given him a hair transplant, of course. Let's do that. Let's give Chakan a hair transplant and then swing him around in the hair. Yeah, we already talked to Sigurd. It's been a long time. And I do like this section that we infiltrate the castle 2 times. Infiltrating it once wasn't enough, we do it twice. And this time we know the layout of it all. Let's go. Surprise. It's Shakan and Myung. We've been expecting you. What? This is also such a cool scene where all the soldiers pop out in every single balcony. Uh-oh, they saw right through our plan, and Ramtus should already be taking care of our divided forces. Oh yeah! Exactly, he easily saw through your plan. Hyuga, have you lived down here so long that your mind has slipped? And Sigurd, who would have thought you would have joined the last survivor of the royal dynasty? Damn it, why are you still back in Shakan? What does it matter to you who the king is? She just called Shakan both stupid and a sheep. Goodbye, boys. What? This scene is so funny and great at the same time. Yeah, of course I already have all of those for the collection, but sadly you did say you do some arts and crafts, so you probably have the skills to build those, but yes, I don't have the confidence to build those kits myself, the ones that you have to paint and glue together yourself. So for now they are just sealed copies for the collection, sadly. I have seen some pictures of the fully assembled versions and painted versions, and they look so amazing. They are not that big, but they have very much details. We'll see in the future then if you can get a hold of one of the kits. Some of them are not that expensive, the ones that you build yourself are not that expensive. Well, some of them are, some of them aren't, but the standard versions aren't that expensive. And they still do reprints of them as well, so some of them you can get brand new from some stores. I wouldn't recommend buying them from from the Square store. I would recommend finding other options. There are cheaper options and there are better options. But yes, if you have the skill to build and paint them, they do look amazing when they are done. Go get your head waxed. They keep making fun of his head. Oops, the propeller flew away by itself. Is this some kind of joke? Thanks for the laughs. I almost hate to have to shoot you. Yeah, this thing is great. It starts off as a very serious event where they have seen through our plan and we are going to get shot to death from every side. But then suddenly Mason just brings in the land crab and jumps away in the most silly of ways. This scene is amazing. And the expression, I know it's just a pixel sprite, but you can see the expression of Shakan's face when that happens. You just know the expression on that face. And of course, it is too early in the game for things to go our way. A lot of things need to go sideways first. It is a long game, so there is a lot of development back and forth. But if coming from Xenosaga and enjoying the game so far, I think you will have a very pleasant summer going into the later parts of this game. There is just so much happening in this game. This game is nice enough to always tell us to prepare before the battles. Maybe I should go down to the hangar and buy some new gear equipment. And once again they made fun of his baldness. Oops, I didn't prepare. Nice. A lot of the younger players might have some trouble returning to an old PS1 game, but for me, I think it looks amazing. And as a big Pixel fan, the sprites are some of the best sprites ever. Especially some of the later battle animations are just the best. I could watch them all day and never get tired. I don't mind. I don't mind them at all. And this is also such a cool shot, seeing the enemy fleet below, moving slowly through the sand. We were talking about it a bit earlier, if you weren't here then, when we visited the Nisan Cathedral, about the one-winged angels. That will be a theme for this game later too, the one-winged angels. They said that God could have created the humans perfect, but he created them with one wing each, so they had to help each other. So that will be a returning theme for this game as well. And of course, they didn't plant that amazing Sophia portrait for nothing either. We will come back to that as well. this is a game that you really want to replay at least once. There is so many things they planned early in the game that become relevant much later, that are easy to forget or not remember. If you have gotten to the Goliath, then you have also seen some of the very cryptic scenes with those floating screens. Some mysterious floating screens. And everything they say is cryptic to a new player. You don't understand almost nothing they say. Almost everything they say are cryptic words referring to people we don't know. Yeah, and since you already know about the Resonant Arc podcast, you might not need to replay it yourself. It might be, for you, it is probably better to just watch that podcast once you're done with the game yourself. Exactly. It will be enough to just watch the podcast. They will bring up more or less everything that you want to notice. They do such a great job with the Xenogears coverage. Commence operation. Lay aerial mines. There is good old Wondercom. Yes, and if you have played Xenogear or Xenosaga, then you also might remember that they do a reference to this guy in Xenosaga. There is another guy with a cross on his face in Xenosaga, who is also called Wondercom. So this guy is back in Xenosaga just as a reference. It's not the same character at all, but it's just a fun reference. That sounds good. Thank you for hanging out and watching some Xenogears. It was fun talking to you as well. And I will be sure to try and catch one of your streams later. And with that name, I also think Epoch from Chrono Trigger and Resnovae from Xenosaga. It's hard not to think about those things. The great minds think alike. It's a bit of a shame that everyone had to go before we got to the big scene. We are getting close to the big scene, but it can't be helped. It took a bit longer than I expected it to. Actually, much longer. I guess I did too much talking. Your plan will never work. It's a bit sad that this is the only time in the game they use this type of bigger fight. I think this is a pretty cool section where you get to move around the battlefield as the mech, as the gear. Oh yeah. I would have loved to see more of this. We want to fight as few of these enemies as possible, so we have enough resources once we get to the boss. Like we said before, we don't have any way to heal yet, so if we run out of HP, there is nothing we can do. If the HP is out, we are doomed. And have to replay this entire section. I'm gonna try a square button and see if that is enough to kill these guys. Or maybe even a triangle. At least they're doing no damage. Oops, I did not mean to do Raigeki. But the fact that I could do Raigeki means that they do not die in one attack. So let's try the square button. Oh, didn't help either, so... I should have stuck to the X button from the start. Let's see if we can avoid that one circling. Yes, we could escape the circling enemy. And moron, Hipper, pursue them! You're not good enough to be my dog. You're all a bunch of slackers. And that's also famous. I think it is a Swedish quote from an old Swedish war. Don't fire till you see the whites of their eyes. You're the biggest moron. In this game they aren't slackers, in this game they are morons. If we can only break through this barricade. Let's see if yes, I made it. I didn't have to fight any of the enemies. I got hit by a few. I got hit by a few of the shots, but at least we didn't get any encounters. Oh no, the rudder on Lube is gone. Idiotic, idiotic, what is this mess? And here we are. Fighting big cannons is such a classic Square or RPG in general thing. I don't remember if you want to hit the small ones or if they are pointless. I think you don't need to hit the small ones. Usually you want to take the small ones out, but in this case I think we can ignore them. Awesome. Uh-oh, it's gonna fire. Let's try some Repu. that was enough. It was trying to do a countdown, but it only made it a single digit before I destroyed it. Such an easy boss. Evacuate. Evacuate. Forget him. He's going down with the ship. Yes, I still have that. I still have that. I think he went a bit mad. Yes, I still have that. I still have that. Yes, I still have that. I wonder what he has. It might be that. Get ready, we are very close to the one scene. Isn't this a boss called Protodora? That's the same boss as we fight in Xenosaga then. I'm pretty sure it's called Protodora in Xenosaga as well. We killed it with the Erdekaiser, so it wasn't much of a battle in Xenosaga. But I think it looks kinda the same with the claws. I see. So it's Dora in this game and Protodora in Xenosaga. We'll see. Yeah, it's only Dora in this game. And just like last time, these NPC guest characters are completely useless. They can't hit the boss at all. They do 0 with every attack. They're only here as a distraction. I'm not doing much damage. And there we go. We have seen every attack we can with the guest characters. Uh-oh. It is such a cool boss, hitting us with our friends. Ah, there goes the defense. I was going to complain about the low damage output. Ouch. Nice. Not nice. We are getting low on fuel. Let's see if they can hit the boss now that the defense is lowered. Hopefully, oops. Hopefully the defense is low enough for them to do some damage. Yes, They can actually attack now, but they are almost dead. And it got it. Phew. That was a close call. I was just about to run out of fuel. Here we go. It is time for the one scene. Do you want the power? I am Gra, the seeker of power. Dost thou desire the power? He is. I always found it such a weird contradiction, saying he is the seeker of power, but then going around and offering the power. The power. Yes, the power. Power. The power. I want it. I want the power. So be it. My fist is the divine breath. Blossom of fallen seed and draw upon thy hidden powers. Grant unto thee the power of the glorious Mother of Destruction. We'll go back. We have to. What about Faye and his guys? If they're alright, we could. Damn it. This can't be happening. Everything is going to down the to the pits. Something's coming from behind. It's truly time for the popcorns again. Battle stations, deploy the maskers, ready the noisemaker. Imagine being the Sand Torpedo Chief. That is one title to have. And I think we can spoil that the old friend in this case was Ethan. An old friend. It is cool that we get to see the art of Sigurd with both eyes. I like this art of him. This portrait. You traitor! It's also great that they use the game over music for this. General Matreya! Oops. Mr. Puniverse. Young Master. Well said, young master. This old man will follow you to the pits of hell. And here it comes. Put the analyzed picture on the monitor. Yes, sir. That is... It's the gear from his nightmare. It's him! Demon of Elru! Myang, let's go! Commander, please wait, Commander! Ha ha. I love her nervous laughter at the end. That does sound like perfect timing then. And I still have an hour or so I will make it to Kislev for sure. That was the goal. I owe him greatly. All the punks, all the rats. Oops, there goes an arm. You monster! Good work for you! Keep back! I still have one arm. He is the golden knight who says ni. Such a cool aura. There it is, the one coolest mech that ever meched. Yes, it never gets any less good. It is the one best mech of all the mechs. Let's see, is this the fight that you actually can win with enough preparations and enough luck? You are supposed to lose for sure, but Blood Snake. We're doing almost no damage. I'm just going to try to see if we can avoid attack or not. Yeah, you can win the alpha fight for sure, but I don't remember if it is possible to do this one as well. Let's see. And we're dead. I'm gonna try to cast Wild Smiles again. I don't think you can avoid his attack. But later in the game there will be an unwinnable battle that you can win for sure. It even drops an item. And there we got the Bernoulli effect. Full power, maximum speed. Yarg. Those are some fine looking zoomed in pixels. Don't overdo it, Sig. Trying to make our ship fly. It will take a month to get this heap of junk working again. Yeah. Yeah, the better reaction time. What's going on? What? The ship? The engine should have fallen out. And there it is. The one coolest shot in more or less ever. That was pretty interesting. But dropping a warship on me is cheating. Take it back. The extra stuff and the slow motion. It's the best scene ever. Well, that is that. Now we can play another game. We already saw the highlight. Nothing is better than the mysterious gear lifting the entire Yggdrasil. We have been inside the Yggdrasil. We know how big it is. It is a massive ship, and he somehow was able to lift it. There are so many twists and turns back and forth in this section. We start off the day with having the perfect plan of how we will take the capital back, but then one thing after another just keeps getting out of hand, and in the end this completely random and unsuspected gear shows up and just destroys everything, both the enemy and our ship. None of this was. You could have. It wouldn't be too surprising for the plan to fail in some way. That would be a pretty typical way for things to go. But no one could have foreseen that this guy would show up. Sigurd! Save the game. Yeah, it is so random that of all the things they chose to do an FMV for the escape pod, why didn't they do an FMV for the big scene for the red gear? That is one strange priority, but it doesn't matter. The scene is still perfect as is. Oh, hello, welcome back, Quarky. Welcome back to the stream. Yeah, I didn't plan on playing Xenogears But we got so much time left over before I'm going to play Xenosaga 3. So we're playing Xenogears. It is the best PlayStation 1 game. You are completely correct. It is the very best PlayStation 1 game. So as you can see, we are in a very we just watched the very iconic scene of the red gear lifting up the entire Yggdrasil and throwing it on Bart. So we are just about to get prison, go into the Kislev prison. And there it is, save the game. It is a bit odd that they showed Bart and Titan in the menu. This menu was a bit odd, since we know that Bart is crushed under the ship at the moment and Titan is by himself. Yes, you might make it back. Like I said, I will be streaming about an hour more. About another hour. At least you was finally able to stay for the one big scene. Continue the game. Continue. But this is another great scene. It looks like we have found another bad guy. Only a bad guy would be playing a pipe organ in an RPG. Yeah. And I like how they tease a treasure chest right in the cutscene as well, or in the scene. If there is a treasure chest, it must mean that we will someday be coming to this place. Kaiser, we have some news. Sigmund, yes. The shockwave took out 2/3 of both the Ave and the Gebler forces combined. That is quite the explosion. I like how we said it has been transferred to the capital. This is the capital. Pirates, you mean the young prince? So this guy knew about Bart being the actual prince. They seem to have quite some good intelligence network. But yes, I'm very happy to be playing Xenogears again. I was checking my history and I haven't played this in over 7 years. Over 7 years without Xenogears is too many years without Xenogears. So I'm glad that we got an excuse to replay this again. I do. I have the story. The story is always very fresh in my mind, but it is also fun to actually play the game. I like the combat and the platforming. I know that some people complain about it, but for me, it is the best. The best PS1 game. And the fourth best game ever. It was brought in by them. Sir? Kaiser? Shouldn't we begin an assault on Ave? Are you trying to destroy Kislev? Indeed, it will be easy to take down Ave, but it will exhaust our resources also. Even if we beat Shakan, Solaris will only replace him with another puppet. I really like this introduction to Sigmund. He is clearly, between Shakan and Sigmund, he is clearly the more competent leader. The Kaiser of Kislev. It seems they have arrived. Who are they? Whoever they are, they fly around in a fishbowl. Later in this game, this ship will be referred to as the fishbowl, and I find that funny. It is such a weird ship design. The top section looks like a classic flying saucer, but then there is a giant ball shape beneath. Is that it? Yes, if you use that, you can pass through the barrier. You will be free to go where and when you please. That man, what was it? Graf, is he around? He's rather busy now. I was assigned to be his representative. And this is quite an interesting scene as well. The fact that the Graf is even working with someone else's news. We do know that he and Myang had some connection, but we didn't know that Graf was working with someone else. This seems more like an organization of some kind, with access to a giant flying ship. Who are you people? I've told you before. I simply wish to observe what is in store for the world. There are so many things you people must know. I am merely your guide. I cannot directly assist you. How you use it is entirely up to you. So you're telling me you do not require any recompense? Let me see. Well then, how about this? He is whispering something to the Kaiser. Well, I must go. But what a strange thing to ask for. What did he say? They want me to transfer that gear we captured and its pilot to D-Block. D-Block? I wonder why. I don't know either. But we still owe them a favor. We just can't deny them, so see to it. Yes, sir. I forgot to ask last time, are you also streaming any games, Quarky, or are you just watching? If you are streaming anything, I have to follow you, of course. Oh, we get the music box song. I'm just melting every time I see this scene. And that effect when the movie gets caught up is also perfect. That one. It seems like it freezes and then it starts up again. They just captured everything so perfectly. It's the best. Where am I? You shouldn't be here. You have been unconscious for 4 days, so I've begun to fear the worst. Who are you, and where am I? How did I get here? I am a doctor. You are in Northern Nortune. I never had to pronounce that. You are in Nortune. The imperial capital of Kislev, known as Stibla. Not the baptismal ceremony. You should be thanking us for having the kind and compassionate arts to lead him in rest for a few days. Heinrich och Leonardo. Forward March! And we get to hear the pipe organ again. And it is not a coincidence that they chose that song for this scene. A man called Champ, or maybe it's a man with without facial hair. Why you? Calm down, Susan. I don't mind. The name's Rico. Heinrich, Vargas, Leonardo, Susan. Let's begin his baptism. Take him outside. All the criminals are given a rank, and deciding the rank is easy by defeating all the battlers. And they are nice enough to put us in the corner with a save. Woohoo! That was quite a series of cutscenes. We finally get at least some control again. I keep calling them cutscenes, but it might be a weird name for in-engine events. It doesn't. Some of the items have hidden effects that I don't write out. I'm not sure what the stamina ring does. I'm pretty sure it does more than just give us 2 defense at least. I'm pretty sure there is more to the stamina ring than 2 defense. So I'm going to keep it on instead of the leather hat. Let's rock. I can't believe that they chose this forest elf sprites. It's so odd that I didn't have the time or bother to do the specific characters. They already have sprites outside of the battle, so it wouldn't have been that much extra effort to animate some battle animations for them. Susan have a unique battle sprite at least, but I think the other 3 are random enemies. We'll see. I should probably use some better attacks, but I want to use the XX so we can learn the Coho skill. Looks like I need to heal. The healing has gotten a little better, at least little better. It misses so often. I can also do, this is one of my favorites to do, triangle, square, X, one of each. It is just satisfying to do one of each. You can do it pretty quickly. Time to finish this with Senretsu. I'm just assuming that I will get to heal between. Sadness. No, I didn't. Oh well, then we need to heal up during the battles. Then I should take this more seriously. I thought we would be able to heal between battles, but apparently not. If I had known that, I wouldn't have spent so much time trying to do the XX attack. Time for some Hagan. I wish I had a scan or scope ability of some kind, so I could see the enemy HP. And we are back at full health. You don't get much experience from these guys. Time for Vargas, I think. Or was Vargas the first one? Yeah, this was Vargas. And we really need to be healed up before this battle ends. The next one is Susan, and she is pretty tricky. She is an actual challenge, or can be, depending on level and equipment. I think we are at a pretty normal level, around 30. I wouldn't say it's high or low, it's pretty normal. Oops, I missed. I tried to do a Hagan, but failed. Ha 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 ha. There we go. Time for Susan. And no one has defeated Vargas and Susan. You think you can win? There she is. She has such a... She looks like something from a Souls game maybe, with the skite and the silly hat. I believe she has the ability to steal some HP, which can be annoying. Or... No, that's what she does. She steals the EP, so I can't use magic to heal anymore. I have to use items for healing. Ouch. Oh, it looks like she halved our HP also. I don't think that was a coincidence that she did 114. Yeah, she's halving it. And we only have 2 good healers. We should have bought a few more. I think you can buy them. This might be tricky. We need to finish this quickly. Or maybe the entire fight is just a gimmick. Maybe she doesn't have any actual attacks. I'm not sure. She should be able to kill us. Oh well, we won. We only had to use 1 healer. And we got... This time we got an actual metal jacket. Last time I kept confusing the metal vest for the metal jacket. Ridiculous. I even lost to you. Even I lost to you. You defeated all 4. Ha, this is an unexpected outcome. Let me give you the special treatment. I myself will be your final opponent. Get ready. Sadly, you can't win this fight. He is just too strong. And he is crushing our head.
Is that the best?
Gah. Out of the way! And in the end we still end up fighting. But we can't do any damage. All I can do is some double X attacks and hope that it counts towards learning the skill. Once we get the double X skill, it will be our main attack for the majority of the game. It will be so long before we learn. We might, depending on how we play the game, we might not even learn any different attacks than the XX. Amateur. We'll see. I hope to get some more attacks because there are so many cool ones. I think they played this song a bit too long. They should already have faded out this song. And as you can see in the portrait, there is something around the neck of Pei. They changed his portrait. Yeah, having a boss song during this conversation is just weird. By the way, what's this thing around my neck? Oh, it's a bomb. The moment you leave the vicinity of the Imperial capital, that color goes boom. Too bad. You will never escape from Northern. And if you are a first-time player, you will indeed never escape from Northern. Or at least it feels like it. Ah, they finally get rid of the boss music. That was funny. Note, that won't happen. That was one funny conversation. Ooh la la, look at these posters. And look at these NPCs. The goal of this stream was to get here, and we did get here, so I am happy with this stream. But I will keep going just a tiny bit more to... I'm just going to take a look around and speak to the NPCs. There will be no more big excitement going on for a while. Amazonesses, they do look like Amazonesses. I see 5 blocks. And this is the prison block. But yes, once again, I like this environment so much. This must be maybe the best prison in any game. There is a lot of prisons in RPG, so there is a lot of competition, but this is most likely my favorite. Look at all these details. All these triple bunk beds, all these clothes hanging around. They even model the ceiling lamps hanging from the ceiling. There are lockers, all those posters, all these posters everywhere, with quite a lot of variation to them. So many NPCs, the rafters, that tiny TV up in the corner, this food cafeteria, kitchen. There is just so many details everywhere. And while the graphic style might be outdated, at least the details are there. You can still see all the details, even if the resolution is very low, of course. It's still amazing. I was trying to go out into the other door, but oh well. We got a little storage room. You never know when you need this many shovels at the same time. Oh, they're not even shovels, they are... Sorry, I got a sudden call, and the sudden call said it is time to end the stream. A bit sooner than I expected. I expected to go for just a tiny bit more, so... Oh well, this is still good timing. I think I will probably be back in a while, maybe an hour or so. I think I will do another stream. Finished. But that is that. That is that for this one stream. Keep a lookout. I expect I will be back. And of course, if I'm not back, thanks everyone for watching. It was a very nice and a lot of different people in the chat today. I had a lot of fun going through this very iconic section of the game. See you later.